Hi. Hey, everyone.
What's up? Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Yeah, well, the thing is, I ordered food around 5, like an hour and a half ago, and then I just kept watching it get further and further away, and then I watched it get like halfway to me and then go back to the place, and then the reroute was crazy. It was like three blocks away in a circle. And just it took them forever to actually get here so I could eat. So I was planning to eat well before stream, but then I was faced with the choice. 6 o'clock rolls around, and it's like, well, now I have the option of I can either start stream and starve, or I can, just delay stream a little bit. Fatal Clover, go ahead and redo you here. I just launched it. If the game looks a little bit different, it's because there was a driver update, and NVIDIA was like, let us optimize that for you. And I was like, okay. And then it did, and it made my game run terrible. So I shifted some stuff, and now I think we're a little bit more optimized than we were. Seems like. We also got the stash cleaned out. I cleaned out all the dump tabs. I cleaned out all of the tabs from, well, this is for the next project. This is for the next project we're doing. So we're not doing this just yet, but we will do this soon. Yeah, I cleaned up the tabs that we were using for the breach stuff, the breach video. And yeah, definitely came out ahead on that. Definitely not a Rage Gaming currency tab, thanks to the Breachstone stream that we did. Finally got to actually pull the currency out of that after having done that over a week ago now. Just because it took so long for me to make the video. It was such a pain in the ass to make that video, by the way. Because every day I would record new audio, and every day the economy would shift, and it just wouldn't be valid anymore. I'd have to redo it. And eventually I gave up and just filled in the blanks with text. Said, you know what? Here are the results as of editing, because editing and recording are now different things, because the economy just can't stay stable for 2 days in this game. Hey, Slide Tech. Yeah, got some currency to play with. Probably going to shift this into just other content ideas mostly. Probably won't actually even upgrade anything as far as my gear setup, but we'll see. And yeah, since I got the tabs cleaned up, I was able to make this masterpiece. Yeah, I can show what my DPS is with and without against the dark. So now I can dedicate one of my quad tabs to this. I think that's worth, honestly. I feel like people have spent $15 on less useful things, to be fair. I mean, an entire quad tab dedicated to armor scraps and his memorial, I think, is quite good, personally. What was I doing? I was doing... Right. With and without against the dark. Like 13k. Lightning Arrow. 12.4k Lightning Arrow. Quite a lot. Who's RGV Rage Gaming videos? They make some of the worst content on the platform, period. Even whenever I gave them like the benefit of the doubt, saying I think I said something like they haven't been in touch since the last Monster Hunter came out, and then all the Monster Hunter viewers that watched that video came out and said, hey, we don't want them in Monster Hunter either. They suck there too. How much chaos do I get from it? 27%. I get 27% chaos. Hey, Zero. Welcome in. Yeah, NVIDIA was not here to help, but I changed up my settings, and at least off stream, the game was running better than it's ever ran. Oops. I also got a new mouse. Now my life flask is bound to the mouse. Makes it a lot easier to use. Going the Adorned Diamond way with the quiver, I would not. Not with my build anyway, I would definitely not. You can only do that with like bowshot heralds. And it's not even really worth it. You'll use too much mana, your character won't be playable.
Fury.
That and a good Adorned is like hundreds of divs. This is not worth it. Standard mouse or MMO mouse? It is a Razer Basilisk. 35K.
Now this will come in handy.
Not an MMO mouse. Just a couple extra buttons on the side. I don't like having too many buttons on the side. Mm, 65% evasion with acrobats on town. Is that okay? You want to get to 70%. Ideally, whenever you have no tailwind stacks, you want this to be 70.
Speak.
Anything lower than that, and it's not gonna feel good, in my opinion.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Bang, thank you for the follow. Mana to 138 a second feels nice. I actually don't know what my mana regen is anymore. 62. I have 62. Copy your settings, even the 4090 my game be dropping frames. Do you have dynamic culling and dynamic resolution on? The settings that like make all of the difference for me are just dynamic resolution being on, performance mode being on for max image quality, and then dynamic culling. And also because of what this build is, number of lights on medium.
Thunderous shot.
Hey there, Mavelian. Going all right.
Don't have enough mana.
Just getting started for the evening. Was a little bit late. Really learned a lot using your build. I changed it because I didn't like swapping to weapon set 2. Well, weapon set 2 was never like necessary. weapon set 2 is just like an optimization whenever someone is like kind of ready to do pinnacle bosses, but like it's shaky for them. But as I said in the video, I've killed all of the pinnacles on max difficulty without using weapon set 2. Weapon set 2 is just there to like be optimal or helpful if someone's gear is on the lower end. I didn't notice he teleported next to me. Like, can I help you, sir? How much delirium do you need to get both rares? You mean the unique bosses? They're just random. But one of my Atlas nodes makes them very consistent.
I don't have enough mana. I need more mana. Quick and lethal.
Have a good stream. Later, Clover. Ouch. The FPS is capped at 60. Yeah, it's mostly because I stream on both. Like, I would leave it uncapped. I would leave it at 120. That's, you know, my monitor refresh rate. But the thing is, I stream on both platforms. And I also record sometimes at the same time. And I just wouldn't want there to be any kind of frame dips whatsoever, ever. Or, like, I just don't want to, like, work the PC hard enough to accomplish all of that in my head. So I just leave it on 60.
I need more mana. An easy trophy.
Switch to his Monk Invoker to Lightning Arrow build. Trying to figure out how to get that to work. Big difference is he has tons of Spirit available. Oh, so like a Monk Lightning Arrow? If you have tons of Spirit available, then there's pretty much zero reason to not do the Herald of Ice setup. Like the FUP gun thing. Because there's probably not anything else you could really spend the Spirit on with Lightning Arrow for it to be useful. It's also possible that maybe like a crit setup would be okay. Like utilizing cast on crit instead of cast on shock, or maybe even both. Probably something like that if I was an invoker is what I would look into. Have I gotten a mirror drop? No. I don't actually get to play too terribly much. The times where I'm live on stream are the majority of the time I like get to play the game.
Barely broke a sweat.
Blink with weapons at 2, I really like it. Did weapons at 2 passive skill tree to grab a lot of cooldown reduction? It's fun to use. That makes sense. Which skill should I use my first? I can't talk. Use my first perfect jeweler's orb on. Probably lightning arrow. Let's say lightning arrow above all others. Because the fork makes it clear a lot better, mapping wise. Probably has the most impact out of anything. Is the mirror a random drop or boss specific? Mirror is just completely random, but it's just the rarest item in the game, basically. I have a lightning invoker, still playing sometimes. Started with and then made a new character, try your build, and I haven't been able to put it down. That's awesome.
Speak.
I need to remove some stuff from my filter. I meant to before stream. I thought of it, and then I just forgot, basically. He liked the look of... He saw me playing your LA Ranger build and liked the look of it, but didn't want to restart another character. That makes sense. No, I imagine LA Invoker is, like, fine. It's probably solid. If I were to, like, say what would probably be different, it would probably be better run with the FUB gun setup. Like the Lightning Arrow... double herald, lightning arrow, double herald, and then hybrid ES evasion. I have to imagine would be better for an invoker.
All Super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Big boy Snorlax, thank you for the 5 months. I can respect someone being here for the thumbnails.
Storming arrow.
The thumbnail game has definitely peaked.
Now this will come in handy.
Or at least I'm really happy with them. They definitely have an impact.
Too weak. Too slow.
Oops. I'm gonna be doing that by accident a lot. Won't give up his energy shield. Yeah, I wouldn't give up energy shield. If you're playing an invoker, you should just run some energy shield, basically, period. Trash, thank you for the 6 months, man. Hooray. What's the best, easiest way to farm some currency now? Kind of just depends on what you find fun.
I don't have enough mana.
Like, it depends on a couple of different things. So the thing that it primarily depends on is if you are a rarity character, like you have high rarity, you've invested in rarity, and you've built your character around that, and likely you're a Spark Sorcerer in this case. Like, Spark Sorcerer definitely does this the best. Because Spark Stormweaver basically just has a lot of free space on their gear, having no need for maximum life, where they can just stack up a ton of rarity and it doesn't impact them very much.
What luck.
And every other class can, of course, still stack rarity, but it's never going to be as good, and that's kind of why Stormweaver is at the top of the pile right now. It's not because, like, Stormweaver is so unanimously, ridiculously broken compared to other options. Like, it's really good, but the other big factor is just it can stack rarity for free. Like, my build does not stack rarity for free. You take serious penalties to your survivability if you're a rarity character running this build. So I would say when it comes to farming currency, it depends on like what your character is and what you enjoy doing. If you are a low rarity character, your best bet is going to be get enough currency to invest into Ritual, invest into Delirium.
Fury.
Like, where did that corpse explosion come from? I was going to check my atlas. So you invest into Ritual, you get the first 6 points, you get Tempting Offers, and you get He Approaches. And then you just farm Ritual, and you hope for audiences with the King to sell, and you make really good profit on average from that. And you stack up Delirium 6 points, you get Out of My Head, and Would You Like to See My Face? This doubles the amount of splinters you get. This increases the amount of splinters you get by 50% basically, because we get more mirrors. So you get these 6 points, you get these 6 points, and then you farm Ritual, and you always use Delirium maps, and you make really good currency. You don't need any rarity, because none of that is really impacted by rarity. Say you're a high rarity gamer, you invest in Breach. You invest in Breach, you invest in Delirium. Not even so much because there's synergy between Delirium and Breach. It's mostly just because you might as well be doing Delirium if you're doing anything, because it just adds to the amount of currency you make.
Take this.
Define high and low rarity. Like, if you have more than 100% rarity in your gear, then you should probably be doing Breach over other options. If you have under 100% rarity in your gear, like 50% or less, then Breach is probably not what you want to make your main mechanic. Breach at this point in the league feels miserable just walking around picking up singular Breach splinters that are worth like a fifth of an Exalt. Breach is only worth it for people with enough rarity to like get a bunch of divines from it, basically. That being said, I mean, I will still play Breach as a low rarity character. I just know that, you know, I'm probably not going to get all that many drops. It's not really what I want to focus my time on, because I'm going to end up with a relatively low amount of currency per hour if I put my time into Breach, and I'm not a rarity character.
Barely broke a sweat. No mana.
I hate how this guy keeps spawning on the opposite side and just standing there where I can't see him. Take that. More XP gain, Delirium. Okay, well, there is also that. If you're still leveling, how about that? That's another important part of this. if you are concerned with
arrow.
experience, like you actually want to gain levels, and this is something I do whenever I get over like the 50% mark at this point, you want to do Breach. Breach is the most XP. If you want to level up fast, you want to do Breach. It's a question of like, do you want to make currency or do you want to make XP? You still make XP playing Ritual and playing Delirium, but if your focus is XP, then you want to be doing Breach. You have to find a Divine Orb. They just drop, basically.
Yes.
They can drop at any point. It's just a luck thing. The higher you go, the more likely it is.
On with the work.
But it's mostly just random. That's not terrible. Thing is, there's like no spirit on it, so I don't know who would buy something like this. Show EQ equipment. I mean, sure. It hasn't changed since my video. The exact same. I think the only thing that's different is I changed my belt to a pretty much identical belt, but it's a wide belt instead of utility. Not the actual event. Not actual Delirium mirrors. Delirium mirrors are garbage. You want to just make your maps delirious. How does rarity work, really, though? Rarity on your gear functions as a base, and then the precursor tablets and waystones with rarity on them function as a multiplier. And whatever number you end up at after those multipliers, 100 is the soft cap, like it has diminishing returns past 100%. And generally, I'm like struggling to remember the exact math, but basically it's something along the lines of if you have 100% rarity between your gear, the waystone, and the precursor tablet, then you get about 10% more currency, like high tier currency drops. If you have, I believe it's like 300 total rarity between both, you get like 20% more. And if you have like 750, 900, some stupid amount, then you get about 40% more high tier currency than someone with 0 rarity. That's generally how it works. So there's not like a massive gap between the average Joe and the average rarity enjoyer when it comes to farming currency. But there is a wage gap. You know, it's like a 10%, 20% wage gap is what you're looking at on average. $275 rarity waystones are just not really. Well, they multiply your rarity. Like it's the same as, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Your character's rarity is the baseline. Everything multiplies off of it. But the diminishing returns are set so low that you need absolute truckloads for it to do anything past the basics. Am I linking my equipment on PoE and you say what you think? Yeah, you can do that. If you want to link me gear and stuff, then there's like a section in my community Discord that people can show me stuff and ask for my opinion, ask for my help, whatever. Been doing a lot of that lately. So feel free to stop by there and drop it in.
An easy trophy.
Yeah, I agree, Snorlax. Thing is about rarity is it takes a lot of effort and
Now
time
this will come in handy.
for people to thoroughly test it because they're not going to come out and just tell people the answer. So I'm pretty sure recently has been the latest that anyone has ever been able to like
Storming
thoroughly
arrow.
test rarity and actually present evidence with sample sizes large enough to definitively prove something. And basically, I've just like seen some videos of that nature, which is the only reason I know what's going on with rarity. It's not because I've tested it myself, because I personally could not care less about rarity. I think rarity's dumb. Mechanically, not a fun meta. But from what I've seen people testing it, it definitely doesn't seem all that great. The only time it really shows its worth is if you're a breach gamer, basically. Seems impossible to truly test with so many variables. Well, the thing is, people do full-on psychopathic level testing where they'll run hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of maps, test it on specific mobs that they keep detailed records of that one specific mob, and then run it with like consistent amounts of rarity, then cross-reference the results. Like, people have, oh look, armor scraps. People have gone absolutely insane when it comes to testing this stuff, down to the finest detail on the spreadsheet. So it is very hard to test, but also people are actually out there putting in the work to test it. But even then, you're right, like, there will always be some doubt still when you look at the data, like ways that it could potentially not be what they're saying. But it's really the best we got. Or I would hope it stays the best we got, because the amount of work people put into that is just mind-boggling.
No mana.
Is it worth investing into rarity or not? Like I said, it just depends on what you want to do. It depends on your build. If you're playing a character that can't socket rarity without compromising their defenses in a significant way, then probably not as a baseline. If you're a character that can socket rarity without compromising their defenses in a very significant way, and you enjoy playing Breach, then yeah, rarity's worth it. If you don't enjoy playing Breach, rarity's not worth it. Pretty much what it comes down to.
I need more mana. Fury. Quick and lethal.
Tanky, powerful build. I don't want to watch rage videos. How does it work in a party? Whenever you're in a party, the rarity of items is raised by an amount that I honestly could not tell you the exacts behind. All I can tell you is the loot is better in groups. The loot is significantly better in groups. As a trade-off for there being multiple players. Trading off some DPS. It's probably worth it, honestly, Zero. 90% rarity with mapping rings. Yeah, I mean, if, like, it's a decent amount of rarity, you can pretty much do whatever you want with it. Like, if you want to play Breach, play Breach. You don't want to play Breach, then do Ritual. There isn't, like, a whole lot of variance in activity at the moment. You can also do bossing, I guess. You could also do the Breach boss stuff that we just talked about recently. Powerful build that's tanky. I mean, there's ethical warrior builds, but I wouldn't call those powerful. I would call those ethical, hence the name. It's like powerful and tanky. late game Spark Stormweaver is like pretty damn tanky. It's like tens of thousands, like over 10k ES. And then there's like that build's tanky and also just the top of the meta. If you want to do something not that, then Demon Form Flame Blast. Demon Form Flame Blast is also giga tanky. That one was like the best builds I know of in that genre of the game are from my buddy Loopy on his channel. Yeah, Gemling Stat Stacker, that's also really tanky. Invokers probably feel quite tanky. Most invoker builds. If you want to be like really stupid tanky in a really fun way, and this is like me not really presenting a build or something that I even think will necessarily be great, but it will be fun in its own way, is just like a warrior with turtle charm and high evasion and just like basically completely unhittable with a unique shield for lucky block. So like 70% block chance for all types of attacks plus evasion. Just never actually get hit by anything. I feel like as a baseline that would be like fun to make a build with. Probably something like Molten Blast or the Yapper build. Oh yeah, there is that. There is Yapper. Yapper is really tanky. You use dynamic culling? Yeah, I use dynamic culling.
What is it?
Well, I probably didn't before this patch, but I do now. Minion build with 14k air digit shield, but I hate not doing the damage. Okay, you definitely... Hold on, I got the thing for you. I got the perfect thing for you. Because you even have a witch, so you're in the same boat as a lot of folks that switch to this build. Switch your witch to this. You'll have a lot more fun. Everyone who's like ever switched from minions to that build has talked about how much more fun they have now. Basically. Show your bow. My bow's not crazy. My bow's like a 410 DPS bow. How do I get this hideout? It's so beautiful. You spend way too much money on this game. You drop content creator amounts of unnecessary currency on the game knowingly because it's a tax write-off. Yeah, it's definitely not an easy build to put together, the Demon Flame Blast, but it's extremely fun and extremely good. And if you have any questions about the Demon Flame Blast, then Loopy will be happy to answer anything personally in his Discord.
Charged arrow.
He's like happy to help out anybody who asks.
What luck? broke a sweat.
How did that not die? If I hadn't spent a whole bunch of money on this for absolutely no good reason, I'd probably still be using the forest hideout because I prefer it. I just like the little forest area. Actually looks like a hideout. I shot Deadeye and not clearing as hard. I can see that.
Storming arrow.
The bluff tower would be pretty good hideout. That's true.
Too slow.
Level 98 is no joke. I am not gaining any experience. Holy.
Out of mana. I'm out of mana. Thunderous shot.
Something with more AoE other than Stampede. As a warrior, have you seen the Karen build? The Yapper? You just spam Warcry. Things die. I think the Yapper build is like pretty ethical, but also pretty funny. Yes. Lunatiku, it does matter who kills the mob. So what people will do that are really invested in PoE is they'll have an aura bot that follows them around in maps. Not literal bot, but like that's the term. They'll have the aura bot player follow the cracked player around the map, running a Stormweaver Spark build with like full rarity, like as much rarity as a human being can physically have on their character, and then they'll run Cull on their Spark. Like they'll make their Spark Cull so that they get the last hits, and then their rarity is the rarity that's applied to the kill. Watch a stream where dude just auto with Herald of Frost. No idea how that works as a warrior though. I could potentially try to help you figure it out. Not like the most well-versed in warrior culture in this game because I'm of the mind that they are probably the most ethical class in the game at the moment. But I've definitely seen some players do some very unethical things with Warrior utilizing the Yap build. Yap build and Heralds.
Need more time. No mana.
Why is this guy... What? That was weird. Evasive, maybe?
Out of mana.
Playing the game as intended with my Mace Warrior, and even then I'm hard carried by Cultist Hammer. Yeah, Warriors are very ethical. You ever corrupt your distilled waystones to run T16s? I don't really bother trying to run T16 stones because I feel like it makes the majority of my maps garbage. I'd rather just be able to run good maps in bulk than gamble on maybe 20-30% of my maps being T16s.
Time is not on our side.
Especially whenever I'm chilling here trying to like play the game for content for 4 hours straight. I don't want to be messing with my map tab and like trying to corrupt stuff. I just like pre-make a whole bunch of maps and we go. Hardest working class in the game for sure. 80-hour work weeks. $89 with 200 hours in game. Nice, congrats.
Fury. An easy trophy. Don't mind if I do. Out of mana. I'm out of mana.
Wait. Is that you, Campbell's? Do you renamed a can of soup? No, thank you for the 5 gifted members, Campbell's.
I don't have enough mana.
Melee is bad. Then I started campaign with filler. Much of it is harder as melee. I don't know how they'll solve that.
Fury.
Not really sure. Melee and PoE is always going to be a little bit difficult to solve, but the thing that'll always be the great equalizer is it doesn't matter if you're melee or ranged if none of the enemies can fight back, which is how a lot of the unethical melee builds function. They just make the entire screen instantly dead or instantly CC'd, and then it doesn't matter that they're melee. Or they're like melee in quotes where they're attacking from half a screen away. So it depends.
What luck?
When it comes to like ethical melee, I don't think there's any way you can actually make it competitive. But whenever it comes to like the unethical melee options, I feel like they're chilling. Quite a few good melee builds in the game right now. Ooh, he's candy.
Barely broke a sweat. Fury!
That sucks. If I would have gotten a king there, I would have been able to immediately pull it. I had enough points. High mana and regen route instead of unique feels good to me so far. My skills are level 19. I can pretty much promise you that once you raise your skill ranks, it at least for bosses, it's not going to really work anymore.
Now this will come in handy.
I've explored every way someone could possibly think of to fix the mana issue against bosses, and the answer will always be Thief's Torment, no matter what. Actually, there is one other thing besides Thief's Torment, but it again also requires you to leave your skill ranks low. And it involves going for life tap and the quiver that gives life on hit. And then the DPS ends up being about the same anyways, despite getting to have breach rings. Yep, I've tried the unique mana potion too. Hey, there's Sniper's Legacy. Not conventional as melee and whatnot. I don't understand the whole unethical label for melee. Can range builds be unethical? When I'm saying ethical and unethical, I mean like unethical is like Herald of Ice blowing up the entire screen. Basically, whenever a build, when you watch it play, like say mine for example, that's just like clearing screens, destroying maps, making bosses fall over without the ability to fight back, I would consider all of that, you would say, unethical. Like it's not, you're not giving the game a fighting chance is what I'm basically getting at. When I call a build ethical, I'm basically saying that build is challenging to play. You're going to play the game. You're going to have interactions. You're going to have to actually utilize abilities in a constructive and coordinated way. You're going to have to dodge. You're going to have to roll. You know, you're going to have to be locked in. You know, you get a little bit more of an engaging experience when you're playing an ethical build than playing like Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder, Screen Go Boom. That's basically what I mean by ethical and unethical. Like Warrior, for example, has a lot of builds that are viable to play, but they're very ethical. Like you're gonna have a game experience that is not played for you.
Until next time.
Very challenging to play. Stuff like that. Basically what I'm getting at. No good PC. What's your dex/int? 311 dex, 152 int. What level lightning arrow currently? My lightning arrow is 26. Thought you meant abusing bugs. No. No, not abusing bugs. Another way you could look at it is like a build that you would call ethical is playing the game and having the difficulty feel similar to what the devs intended. Whereas this is early access, it's very, 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 very easy for us to blow past what the devs expect us to be capable of and completely abuse their game.
Barely broke a sweat. What luck.
And completely dumpstering the game has always been like a big part of PoE 1 culture. The whole point of PoE 1 is just like to break the game. But the devs want something a little different with PoE 2. They want the game to be more challenging, slowed down, grounded. Which it isn't currently, but that's what they want. Range is way more ethical than Sork, Gemling, Invoker. Probably. Grim Feast certainly is unethical. Grim Feast. There's just about no way that Grim Feast stays how it is into the future of this game. Absolutely no shot. Energy shield's already insane, and then just like doubling energy shield throughout the entire mapping experience, basically.
I'm out of mana. Quick and lethal. I need more mana. Fury! Don't mind if I do.
What I'm missing? Difference between 350 DPS bow, 400 bow that high. If you only have 120 dex, I don't think it's that difference that large. It's a lot of things. I've had a lot of time to perfect my character and like make little optimization after little optimization.
Out of mana.
As more and more people reach the deep late game, we've been like posting our entire inventories basically, and then basically asking me like, all right, what do I gotta improve to get your DPS? It becomes just a game of where's Waldo, just looking through everybody's items, trying to figure out what is the singular line on the singular piece of gear that's like missing at this point.
I'm out of mana.
I couldn't really tell you for sure without looking.
I don't have enough mana. No mana.
Be poor for a new bow. That's actually a really that's a really good way to phrase it too.
Storm point.
Ethical reaching tier 2 of a pinnacle boss. Unethical selling tier 4 carry service. Yeah, if your build is selling tier 4 carry services for pinnacles, probably not very ethical. Might be a little bit OP. Come on. Yes, finally! On stream, there it is! It's real! Look at that, it exists! I'm not crazy. Got an amelioration. Every stream, I would tell you guys, I get all my currency from Ritual. I get all my currency from Audience with the King. And then, like, we go to play, and I stream for hours, and we never see it.
Go on.
I just look stupid. Big. What kind of life flask is that? It's a Alroth's Resolve Ultimate Life Flask. This is another one of those final optimizations in my build because this thing's pretty damn expensive, but basically once I got my hands on this, the way this works is when you use it, all of the additional healing. So first off, you can't use this when you're at full life, at least initially. Once you start a map and you've been damaged, you can use it whenever you want. So what I've been doing is I have life tap on my Voltaic Mark so I can take a little bit of my life out, and then I pop the flask, and then I can use it whenever I want for the rest of the match. And basically for 10 seconds after popping the flask, I'm guarded for 1,545 damage. That'll be taken away before my life and energy shield. And I'm pretty much just rolling that through the entire map. I pretty much have this up 24/7. I switched to a wide belt so that I could generate more flask charges, which helps me upkeep it. And on top of that, I made some small changes to the passive tree where I took the combat alchemy and life and mana flask recovery nodes to get over to blur, and I took these out. To give myself 40% more shield from my life flask. And it's made things pretty comfy. Like, something at this point needs to hit me for... Yeah, I mean, I have to be hit for like 4,000 damage for it to insta-kill me. And if it doesn't insta-kill me, I'm just going to heal right back to full in a nanosecond because of life on hit and cannibalism. Yeah, there's a unique life flask. It comes from the boss in... It comes from the boss in... Okay, there's a Citadel there. Comes from the boss in Expedition. The last rare in your map is out of bounds. I thought they fixed that. That's annoying. I'd be tilted. They said they fixed that. What the hell? That's lame. Oh, also, I haven't talked about this because I haven't been live for a little bit, but I did make a guild, Erevin's Exiles. If anyone wants to hop into the guild, just DM me in game. Like, just add Erevina. You can hop into the guild if you want. I imagine for a while we'll mostly just be a bunch of Deadeyes, but we'll probably branch out over time. Generally, the goal is to just like have an in-game chat where you guys can reach me in-game and we can all chat with each other in-game outside of Discord. And on top of that, there is... What are we doing exactly? So, guild stashes. Like, this chest is going to be just, like, available to anyone that's been around a week, basically. And we're just putting all of our old hand-me-down gear in here, or any item that seems like it would help out someone that's playing Deadeye, and just, like, playing for the first time. It's mostly... It's not, like, meant to be specifically Deadeye stuff, but everyone's playing Deadeye in this guild, so this is just what it ended up being. So, like, players that are playing through campaign or, like, just getting to endgame could potentially get some free upgrades out of this box from people that have outworn this gear. And, like, you know, some keys to do your trial are just here if anyone needs them. If anyone wants some T15 maps, they're just sitting here, free to take. You know, precursor tablets, breach tablets, free to take. Doesn't matter. Gems, if anyone needs gems for, like, an alt. The lock chest, on the other hand, if anyone donates something spicy that they want to make sure goes to someone that can use it and will use it, but it's, like, kind of an expensive item that they're just, like, hoping to send to someone else in the guild that'll utilize it, then it's best you put your item in the locked chest, because this is going to be something only I can interact with. Or, like, an officer, whenever there are those. And basically, like, we'll make sure that someone gets it that meets your criteria, basically, if you put something in this box. And then the currency tab... Which one of you put armor scraps in here? Okay. Oh, the currency tab is just here for, like, if you want to... This is basically just here for if someone's shipping off the hardcore and they're done with the softcore trade league. They don't care anymore, and just, you know, dump whatever in here, donate whatever, and then I'll use it for, like, events, or I'll use it to fund budget gear for newer players in the guild and stuff. Oh my god, that's good. Very low level. No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Anyone can join the guild that wants to. We got plenty of room. There's 250 slots, and if we ever filled it, I would just buy more. That doesn't matter. Campbell's, I had that happen last night. I had a driver update for NVIDIA. After I did the driver update, I was able to play again. I was crashing on startup until I did the update. So check your drivers if you haven't already. I had exactly what you had after the latest update. What's the guild name? It's Erevin's Exiles. Because I didn't want it to just be called the Rangers Guild or something. Because obviously we're not all going to play Ranger only forever. Yeah, if anyone wants to join the guild, just hit me up. Oh, that was funny, though. I did not know someone put armor scraps in there. I haven't opened that tab.
Nowhere to run.
Sure do love bluff.
Barely broke a sweat.
The other thing I wish you could do with guard is I wish I could have a third meter on my character to show me when my guard is active.
That's quite nice.
Because I'm pretty much just constantly counting to 10 in my head before popping another life blast. There's not really any other way to do it. The armor scrap joke is never going to end. I see it out in the wild everywhere. I'll be watching someone's stream for PoE that I've like never seen before. I've never talked with them a day in my life. I've never even spoken in their chat. And then they'll make a joke about armor scraps. Or their chat will make a joke about armor scraps. It's insane how far it's spread. It's just like part of the culture of the game now. And everyone's just aware of it. It's so funny. Whisper D for an invite. Oh, there we are. Gotcha. Welcome. Hey, Snoopy. Filler Mo. Something's gonna happen soon, pretty sure. Still unable to beat the flower for it. Give up. Hmm.
What do you think?
I don't know what to say about that. I don't think I've ever gotten the shield before. That is actually such a cool... That's such a cool, unique effect. Allies in your presence have block chance equal to yours. That's a super cool shield. Anyway.
On with the work.
What a fun idea for a unique passive. Sent you a message in Discord. Interested in joining the guild too? You can message me in game, at Aravina in game. And I'll add you. You're doing a great job entertaining questions. Thanks. Thank you. I try my best. We've been getting a few more Path of Exile enjoyers in the chat than whenever I first started streaming PoE. It's definitely like getting a little bit challenging to keep up. Welcome aboard. I don't understand much English as I speak Spanish, but your guides have helped me. That's awesome, Gerald. Glad they helped you out, man. Did I not finish this? I thought I finished this. Oh, I left the bluff without finishing it out of habit. All right, I want to go down to here. I loved your range gaming vid so much. I've watched a reaction of a reaction of a reaction. Wait, more people reacted to that? I only knew Lily reacted to it. Did someone else watch it? And I didn't know about it? The OAT streamer is only like 19 beeps, and now we've up to 75. The other day he hit 150. Yeah, it's been popping off. It's been really fun. PoE is an awesome game. I've been having a great time.
Storm point.
Ooh, that hurt a little. A 4D reaction? Wait, who else watched my video? Besides Lily. Wait, Gazzy watched it? Oh shit, I didn't know Gazzy watched it. I'll have to watch his reaction of my video and then react to his reaction. Gonna grind while you blast through maps. Don't mind me. Good luck on the drops. Hey, you too. Have a good time. Alcohol watched it too. Oh shit, I didn't know that. That's sick.
Too weak, too slow.
No wonder it's spread so far and wide. Like, I see the armor scraps joke out in the wild literally everywhere I look. Every streamer makes armor scraps jokes. Every viewer, every chat, armor scraps joke. It's just everywhere, man. It's so funny. It's so deserved, though, too. That's the other thing. Like, it's so meme-worthy. People have definitely been memed for something way less their entire life. Besides, like, misleading people in a video game.
Out of mana.
I run the Herald of Ice version, the Lightning Ball Deadeye. Do you get more gains just going full in on the lightning damage? So when it comes to comparing double Herald Deadeye to single Herald pure Lightning Deadeye, the biggest difference is going to be you will get more out of your character going straight lightning with less investment. Pretty much across the board.
Fury.
In the end results of like double Herald versus Herald of Thunder, your screen clear is probably a bit better running double Herald. But it is at the point where like both characters are going to blow up the screens anyway, so it just kind of doesn't matter. And also the pure lightning is always going to do more DPS for like bosses, basically. Pretty much full stop.
Out of mana.
So that's for that reason I've sworn by full lightning. I just prefer it. I think it's better for most players. I respect that both are good, but I definitely will always prefer pure lightning. I think the only thing that would make me prefer double Herald more is if they made on death effect more offensively terrible, like PoE 1. Where you were really getting something out of that shatter proc. But as it stands, I feel like you don't get too terribly much out of shattering. You prevent a few obnoxious things, but also delirium demons leave no corpses.
Soldier for the cause.
And I quite like running high percentage delirium. And then double herald definitely struggles more on simulacrums. I'd say those are like the big differences. Oh, but he reacted to lilies. Got it. The melee combat, especially when they get too many reactions, my head about to explode. Other YouTubers are gonna start getting inspired by your thumbnail game. I was there whenever Lily was watching my video, and she said something along the lines of, "This is a great thumbnail. It's kind of genius. I'm gonna steal the concept." And then, like, I said something like, "You have my blessing to steal it. I respect the hustle."
Storming arrow. Quick and lethal.
The thumbnail game has been kind of peak. I'm super happy with them. It's just good artwork. And it's not AI, it's real art. Real ethical art. Lolcall said he's stealing it too. Everyone's just gonna have anime babes for their thumbnail. And I'll be to blame.
What luck?
Sounds funny. Playing the 5-gun version of Lightning Arrow, seeing a lot of people play the version you're playing, is it better? We actually just kind of talked about this. When you compare Double Herald to what I do, you'll get more out of the character for less currency investment if you play full Lightning. This build also does better against simulacrums because Herald of Ice doesn't work against simulacrum at all. And just generally, the bossing DPS will always be better with Herald of Thunder. Like pure Thunder, pure Lightning. Just kind of how it is.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
Campbell's, thank you for another membership gifted to Okami. Real art WAIL. Just tried simulacrum, got wrecked like 6 waves in. Yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like not having the ethical sourced cruelty-free art. Yeah. We're called, I have a leak. Be right back. I had to go get a plumber. Alright, later, Akami. Oh, yeah, I only shared... Since we're talking about it, I only shared this at the beginning of the stream.
Time is not on our
Oops.
side.
So we have this like whole tab dedicated to the memory of Rage Gaming videos on Path of Exile 2. He will always be remembered for being kind of a piece of shit. Have I seen the Ben video? Hope to get your take on it if you're not planning on making a react video on it. Oh. I have seen the Ben video. I've seen a bunch of people reacting and giving their take on the Ben video. I wasn't planning to make a video reacting to it because, like, I haven't been in the PoE scene long enough, I feel, to have, like, an informed take. But if, you know, since we're, like, asking me my opinion on it, he kind of just sounds like a cranky old man on the subject, you know? Like, I don't know. I disagree with the vast majority of it. He just sounds like a grumpy grandpa. Me and Loopy were talking about this the other day. Like, I didn't play like 10 years of Path of Exile 1, but I played a full league. I played all the content in the game. You know, I played the game to completion basically, and I can say that I have absolutely enjoyed Path of Exile 2 more. Hey, everyone been enjoying the hell out of your content? Thanks for the level headed takes and chill information. And thanks for watching, man. Glad you enjoy it. I got so many slots in stash tab. Is that premium? That's a quad tab. That is as a grumpy grandpa, I approve. It's a quad tab. Just like a lot of gold basically per tab.
Wondrous shot.
I have like the biggest supporter package, so I had a lot of gold to use. So I got a bunch of quad tabs to use for like content creation. Because sometimes you just need somewhere to store a bunch of things so you can display things in a way that makes it easy for people to understand. Like the fun fact, also thank you for the follows. Fun fact about the latest Breach 60 Breachstone video. All of the tabs that I used to display the gear from those runs, I bought specifically to do that video. And now I will use them for other content in the future. But that was like the entire reason why I even have those quad tabs. They're just there for like content creation stuff.
That's quite nice.
Roll new ranger using your guide, and it's so much more fun, dude. That's awesome. Glad you're having a good time. Part of the crowd that thinks clicking doors is killing the game. Yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't been here for very long, but someone asked me what my opinion of PoE 2 is compared to PoE 1. Absolutely, I like PoE 2 better. Not close. Just a more enjoyable game for me. I like the direction it's going in more than anything. I like the idea of using abilities that chain to other abilities or combo off of each other in a way that causes other effects. It's just more interesting than just hammering down one button. Even though there's totally one button and zero button builds in the game of PoE 2, like, you know, it's not really going to stay that way, I don't think. This is just EA. It's not part of the vision. I definitely prefer the vision for PoE 2. What did I miss? Nothing in particular. We were just talking about the Ben video. A little bit. And just me talking about like how I prefer PoE 2 over PoE 1. As someone who's only done like one season of each.
Don't mind if I did.
Like one season of PoE 2 to completion, one season of PoE, one league of PoE 1 to completion, one league of PoE 2 to completion. I definitely prefer PoE 2. The vibe's just good.
I need more mana.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. Actually, maybe like if this game didn't have WASD, I wasn't gonna play it. That was actually a really big deciding factor for me picking it up and giving it a try. It was like I did not want to move with my mouse. I very, very, very much prefer WASD. And it was like something I really didn't like about the controls. So the fact that I could play PoE with WASD was like, hell yeah, I'm in. That was a huge contributing factor to me even playing the game. Loot filter do I use? I use my own loot filter. It's customized with filter blade. It's downloadable from my community Discord in the PoE library section. Although I will say it's like an ultra... It is a ultra strict filter. Dual Herald Ranger up to 93 and I love her, but yeah, it took a long time to get her online, and now trying to get meaningful upgrades is just disastrously spendy. Girls got expensive taste. That's like another really big factor to the Double Herald setup is it's not just more expensive because the gear is more picky. It's more expensive because Fubgun made it instead of, you know, Erevan. Like, comparatively, I'm nobody. But Fubgun, like, he's got the most popular build on Mobalytics. I think it's got like 5,000 people following it. I think my build has 270 people following it. So the gear, as far as what's sought after, like people fiend over that cold damage gear so much more. It's not even close. Have a good night, all. Night, man. Hello? Oh, come on. How have we not fixed this? Oh my god, dude. I don't understand. Let me in. I can't get in. I can't finish my map. I just want to finish the map, dude. Gotta bring blink. I don't think you can blink through these. God, it's such a simple thing. No rest for the wicked. Extremely bare bones has been dev hell to this video getting sold. Isometric souls like they have been really compelling. I have actually never seen No Rest for the Wicked. I will check it out. Do you not cast lightning rods? A lot of the time I'm just going back and forth. Like right click, left click, right click, left click. And that solves most problems. Whenever it's just like a white pack or magic pack, I'll probably just lightning arrow it. But if it's like a large group or if it's like rares, then yeah, I just do both. My attack speed's gotten so fast, it's like kind of it happens almost on the same frame. Oh man, I'm not going to be able to go this way either because the Iron Citadel is also going to bug out after I finish it. So I can't go this way, and I can't go this way because of bugs. I have to go this way. Dude, what the hell? All right, maybe Ben was right. Game's cooked. Not actually.
Yes. Time is not on our side.
Oh, the devs behind Ori and the Blind Forest. It's probably a good game then. Go to the tower. Go to the tower. What? Oh, this tower? I mean, I could go to the tower, yeah. What's up, Bloopy? Relogging doesn't fix it? I think relogging might work. Try relogging. Let's try Blink. I don't think Blink will work. I've tried Blink in similar scenarios to this. Like, I could try to go this way again, but I just don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, like, it's still busted. Relogging doesn't change anything. Hey there, Jakey. She told me that I would never leave this place, dude. She said I would never leave this place. She was right. That's fried. Yeah, it's not good. It's bad. It's a bad thing going on right there. All right. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, let's do this. This looks fun. Guys, this has 5 things on it. Look at all the things that we're doing. Yeah, holy shit, 5 things. I tried to injure enemy love to close in melee. I tried monk, not my favorite character. Witch sorcerer just balanced for me. Respectable.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Let's try to aggro the boss. It'll open the gate. I think it was aggroed. All right. Let's see if Savannah is still as cooked on performance, because it was pretty bad. It's definitely struggling along already. But maybe the patch made it a little better. Wall Kipper, thank you for the follow. Someone talked about the things. Brute Punch Samurai, thank you for the follow as well. Alright, it's a little bit cooked. We did not get our audience in first round. That's okay, we have 4 rituals. We'll definitely get enough points to buy it. As long as it shows up soon.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Chumpster, thank you for the follow. Oh god, Savannah.
I need more mana. Now this will come in handy.
Patch summary for yesterday, still looking for them. Oh.
Storming
Oh,
arrow.
okay. That happened.
Out of mana.
Similar Deadeye build as you, I'm just evasion, not fun being randomly one-shot. I am also just evasion. I'm just evasion. I'm not ES.
No mana.
My ES is fake.
An easy trophy.
No, I prefer full evasion. I don't like hybrid. Not late game anyway. Like, hybrid's good. And it's good with certain builds, but I definitely prefer evasion. On Deadeye, anyway. I prefer evasion on Deadeye.
I'm out of mana. No mana.
If I was playing anything else, I'd be using ES. But like turbo late game or just late game, I definitely prefer full evasion. You just realized it's WASD? WASD is hype. I started playing PvE2, it keeps crashing and loading screen. That was happening to me last night, and then I updated my NVIDIA drivers, and that fixed it. I was crashing every time I tried to open the game after the patch last night. Lightning Arrow Deadeye has ruined other builds for me. Are you acrobatics? Yeah, I'm acrobatics. No, I don't change Thief's Torment on regular maps. There's like no need. There's no need to change out the Thief's Torment, and the Thief's Torment helps melt down rares of any size because I don't turn off my cast on shock during mapping.
Now this will come in handy. Charged arrow.
Shooting aren't the enemies, but it's fine. I also don't turn it off. I don't know. It feels like you can get so much more with 2 rings. It's a grass is greener scenario because if you... The thing about doing breach rings instead of Thief's Torment during mapping is your rare killing DPS goes
Too
lower
slow.
because you can't cast on shock anymore. And that's the only thing that can even soak the additional DPS you're dealing in mapping. So then there's like no point because you can't use the breach rings during bossing either. It's kind of what it comes down to.
I need more mana.
And there's just nothing in this game that's strong enough that it can like actually soak the damage you deal. Not even like 100% delirious maps can soak the damage you deal just using Thief's Torment and having a like solid setup.
No mana.
Try it out. Hard to get resistance cap. Yeah, it's kind of like the hardest part about it is getting the resistance caps with Thief's Torment, but at least it's not like a lot of rare or a lot of uniques. It does actually help you out with getting the resistances cap to 15%. It doesn't completely throw you out to dry taking both your ring slots. You at least get 15% off. Lose too much damage to keep that ring on? I've never felt that way. Even when my gear was like, I don't know. I've just never felt like I would gain anything from using other rings over this one. Because you lose out on DPS the only time it actually matters during mapping, and that's when there's a rare on your screen. You're otherwise just exploding everything anyway. So what's it matter if they get overkilled by another 40,000? If the rares die slower.
Barely broke a sweat. I need more mana. Rather not break my back.
No, I do not Herald Device.
Fury!
This isn't like club gun setup. Mine. We've actually been talking about Herald Device pretty much all night and how it compares. And how I swear by this. Damn. We would have had enough points if it appeared in phase 1. We still actually almost had enough in phase 2. Needed like 300 more points. Would have been able to just grab it here. Oh well.
I need more mana.
Oh hey, piece of candy.
Don't mind if I do.
You want your Thief's Torment to be catalyzed, qualityed for attack, not qualityed for.
Got no pack space for that.
I mean, I guess it's just an opinion. It's not like a really big difference, but I would much rather have my Thief's Torment qualityed for attack than qualityed for resistance. It's only a difference of 3% all res versus like 18 mana per hit, 30 life per hit, and more accuracy. If there's an item that specifically says makes all attacks crit, but there's a note that prevents you from critting, which takes precedence over the other? That sounds really specific, but I would assume the one that says you can't crit would be the one that's utilized, because yeah, I would say that the thing that says you can't crit would have the final say.
Speak.
I changed the foam gun setup in the beginning from yours and came back in a few minutes. It's so much better. Thank you. That has been said many times on this stream. I gotta be honest. It happens a lot. What did we say it happens, chat? Like 2-3 times the stream? This comes up. In an audience with the king, gonna just buy in, I think. Yeah, you should definitely buy in to Ritual. If you have the divs to buy into Ritual and get the first 6 points, it is absolutely worth it.
Another democratic soldier for
Because
the
you
cause.
triple your odds of getting audiences. It's exactly how I described in my Ritual video. I said it's like college debt. Except like your degree is like useful. Guaranteed. That is how Ritual feels to buy into. Yeah, no Herald of Ice is better, in my opinion. My build guide just does pure lightning, and the folks that try it seem to unanimously enjoy it more than playing Herald of Ice. Right, like I kind of want to go again because I really do want to go this way. But I feel like the boss is going to break again. Your boss is cheaper and more effective. The spirit stacking 2 heralds is just useless and expensive, and you don't need it since you already delete everything. Correct on both counts. And Thief is 15 mana per hit. Is 18 noticeable? I would say it helps you scale up your projectile levels more. I would say it's definitely noticeable having 18 over 15. Running my build, it's been great. That's awesome, Fried Bats. Glad it's working for you, man. I'm a salty old vet, sir. College was paid with blood, sewage, sweat, and tears, rather.
Thunderous shot.
I can respect that. That's Trementus, corrupted. Now it's 130 stats. It's gone from 260 divs to 400 divs plus. Jesus. Gaming. You don't have to worry about currency for the rest of the league. Congratulations on your generational wealth. That's awesome. Astramentus with 130 stats. Good lord.
I don't have enough mana. No mana. What luck.
Few more divs, you buy the Dream Flask. Sick. Wish I was Gemling and not Monk, but at least I can use it.
No mana.
I was actually... What do you guys think about this? Because I was trying to think about what would be better for this build idea I had. Hey, Irvin, I'm a big fan of your build and been playing it for 150 hours now. I've been playing PoE 1 for only 100 hours and I'm really enjoying it. I do have a question though, because I haven't seen a YouTuber cover it well. What do I do if I know I have a really good item on hand, but don't know how much to sell it for because there's really solid data, or if it could potentially be worth more? It kind of depends on the item, but if it's an item that you're sure is worth a lot of money, then the best thing you can do is probably go on the trade site, look up an item that's similar to yours, or even maybe like a few stats lower than yours to get a ballpark estimate for what it's selling for. Check how long that item has been listed. Because if you check the price and it says like this item's 300 divs, but it's been sitting up there for like a week, chances are the guy that posted it's cooked. But if you go to look up the price of your item and it's within a few stats of yours, and generally the key points of value line up with the item you have, and it's only been up for a couple hours, that's probably around the price you should... And in the case of, like, there's nothing to compare to, your best bet is always to list at the highest price you could imagine it selling for, and then work your way down over time. If it's a truly valuable item, then it's worth waiting for the sale and trying to get the most money you can out of it.
Storming arrow. No mana. Barely broke a sweat.
Hope that helps. Ask some trade chat. They'll tell you there yet. And don't ask trade chat. I found a focus, no idea about mages, some small changes, other items, or mirrors. Gotcha.
Now this will come in handy.
When it comes to items like that, make sure the points of value are all in order. Because a lot of the time, whenever it's like a perfect item, if it's an item that's semi-perfect, but it's like lacking something that's critically important to the item for it to have value, then you'll need to check that on a case-by-case basis. Like, considering we're talking about a focus, if the focus doesn't have, like, spell levels, it's probably
Another
cooked, for
Democratic
example.
soldier for the cause.
But if it does, and then it's missing something more minor, then it's worth a ton. Is investing in a really good bow better than a 275% crude? Like a 275% Widow Hail? Widow Hail kind of falls off with this build. Generally. Like, eventually it's better to just have a good bow. Especially because the extra arrow from dual string is a pretty big deal. Santo, my Mobalytics page is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. You can get it there. Gonna do a 615% Citadel. Yo, best of luck. Life Flask will cost me 5 times more than my whole setup. It's up to you. Priorities, you know? If you feel like that is what's going to improve your character the most right now, then send it. I will say it's like a little bit... It's a little bit weird getting used to using it, that's for sure. I was not a Life Flask spammer before, that's definitely true. I would only use it when I was actually hurt. Now I'm just spamming it every 10 seconds. 20% more cast speed and int mana regen over my cold res. Post it now for 150 div for now. Alright, well, best of luck there, Paul. Hope it sells for you, man. I don't know how anyway... finds bows with additional projectiles. I literally never see them. We can do this real quick. Here, hold on. Window capture. That is... Oh, hi, YouTube. Say hi, Twitch. Okay, so bows. I actually already have this pulled up. So, like, you want to search for a really, really good bow? This is the search parameter to use. Depending on what your budget is, like 400 DPS, 350 DPS, 450 DPS, you know, whatever, right? So 350 DPS, weighted sum for an arrow. So even if it's not a dual string, if it's just a bow with a suffix that has +1 arrow, you'll still get it. You don't want fire damage because fire damage is cooked. So we say, no, we don't want fire damage. We want a DPS of whatever. And then we're looking for our suffixes to be some combination of 3 out of 4 of these. Or you can even do like 2. And that'll make it so non-dual strings can show up in the suffix area. And that'll bring up a list of bows that are probably, you know, what you're looking for, basically.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
Hope that helps. Hey there, Kanashi. Welcome. Yo, Campbell's, thank you for another gifted sub. Appreciated, man. Yeah, that's what count does. Count is like, I want this many of these things. Or I want like X number of things. Also, I know I just like explained it. So that's like a better way to learn what you're trying to look for. But also, here's also my trade. So you can just also open up my trade and use it to browse as well. Typically, whenever someone asks me a question in the community Discord of like, can you recommend me a bow to buy? Can you recommend me some boots? A chest piece? Whatever. I just kind of go on the trade site. I send them the parameters that I would use to search for an upgrade. And yeah, there you go. What soul cores am I using in my gear? It's all Chaos Res. Chaos Res, Chaos Res, Chaos Res, Chaos Res. And then my bow. My bow is very heavily weighted towards lightning damage, so funny enough, physical runes do not make it do more DPS. Attack speed runes make me do more DPS. So I'm just using attack speed runes. One shot any boss. Mapping feels terrible. It takes me about 5 to 7 minutes to finish the map. Not sure I'm going to grind for level 100. Any tips? What build are we talking about? What build are we talking about? It takes 5 to 7 minutes to do a map. Is it like a minion build or something? Minion build, ethical warrior, something like that. Galvanic shards with plasma blast. Is that on Gemling? Is that on Gemling or Deadeye or get a Temporalis? I mean, that's one way to speed something up. Witch Hunter? Is it Witch Hunter? Running Witch Hunter. I don't really have any super great advice when it comes to Witch Hunter. The court of public opinion on Witch Hunter is kind of like it's not one of the like big five. The things are always going to feel probably a little bit more ethical in that regard. I'm also not an expert on Merc or Witch Hunter, so like I probably couldn't give you any good advice, to be honest. Sorry. Ad started mid-sentence. All right. Someone in the Twitch chat with a sub. Go ahead and summarize for him, please and thank you. Why you gotta crush my build, bro? There's nothing wrong with Witch Hunter. It's just like it's it's not one of the best. It's all right. Playing my Warcry build for Warrior right now, pretty fun so far. Dude, Yapper is funny. Yapper is one of the funniest builds in the game. Like the Karen Warrior build, just screaming over and over. I love that shit. It looks so funny. I'd get so sick of it, like playing it. But just like seeing it do stuff in shorts and YouTube is so funny. Campbell's, thank you for the follow. Kanashi, thank you for the follow. 38 Angler as well, thank you for the follow. Pains. I didn't hear what you said about Witch Hunter, but I agree with anything negative you had to say. I just said it isn't like considered a top 5. So everything's going to be a little bit more ethical when you're playing a Witch Hunter compared to like playing a Gemling or an Invoker. And on hit, stash other stats. Imagine that on a good bow. Use rings and ingenuity belt that gives bonus to rings. You can't. It doesn't work out that way. I've tested it.
Fury.
Not to mention, even if it did, it would just be like, I don't know. It would only be for like 1% of the community, right? That's like able to afford meta breach rings and ingenuity. So it doesn't feel like, even if it was even a % better than doing what I'm doing, which it probably wouldn't in reality feel like it was any better, I would just be increasing the cost of my build by like 20 divines for not a lot of benefit. I could definitely think of better ways to spend that 20 divines if I wanted to feel more gains than carrying an extra ring or extra set of rings and then still not getting to use that power for bosses anyway, which are the only thing that's actually going to be able to soak my DPS anyway. It just kind of doesn't make sense. Like, I go around with it every time it comes up in my head and out loud, and I can never make it make sense when I talk about it out loud. Ooh. I get my audience this time. Get a mirror bow yet? No, I don't have a mirror bow. My bow's just 410 DPS. Campbell's, thank you for the sub, and thank you for the gifted sub to Kanashi. No more ads. Yeah, no more ads, Pug. Thank you, man. But the rings, you can get 80% rarity from them. Yeah, I also don't subscribe to rarity. That's the other thing. I don't care about rarity. The soft cap on rarity is 100%. It's 100% in between both your gear and then the waystone and the waystone and the precursor tablet multiplying your rarity. The soft cap is 100%, so it's just so easily reached. I probably almost reached the soft cap just by having a Thief's Torment whenever I run a rarity map. Actually, I probably do go over the soft cap whenever I run a rarity map.
Now this will come in handy. I'm out of mana.
The other thing that's kind of messed up about rarity gear is you invest in like rarity items and then it costs you like tons of divs for the like meta rarity item. It weakens your character. And then how long is it going to be before that rarity made a big enough difference to make up the amount of currency you spent on the rarity gear? I have to imagine it's most of the time a very long time. Assuming someone was already at or near the soft cap before investing in the rarity items. That all being said, it would probably make my stream look more flashy. Because I would be dropping more high tier currencies. Is proj level on Quiver must have? It's not like must have, but it is like one of the best things you can have on your Quiver. From a price perspective, you can get better Quivers. Like you can get some very good Quivers without proj levels for very, very cheap because everyone like dictates the value of a Quiver based on if it has projectile level or not. But then you'll have like perfect rolled stats for everything else with no projectile levels. And it'll be like Exalt. It won't even be a Divine or something dumb like that. And then it's like, yeah, at that point, absolutely just use a Quiver with no projectile skills. Like, why not? You're saving so much currency that you can funnel into other aspects of your gear. It's just, why not do it without the projectile skills? Ambles, thank you for another gifted sub, dude. Watching your neighbor's Bugatti while you have a Toyota, you're both going the same place. I don't think switching is worth it. Seen some fast clears with Galvanic. Do Deadeye, then you can do lots more builds. Thumbnail girl is enough to bring the audience. Hottest food take you have? I'm really vanilla when it comes to food, man. I don't have hot takes when it comes to food. All of my food is so basic. I don't have any hot takes when it comes to food, I don't think. Build is running perfectly fine. I sometimes peek over the wall and see people finishing any map layout in under 3 minutes. Gives me depression. Like, there are probably ways to speed up, but I keep doing that by accident. Ooh, I almost died. I need to rebind that. That cannot be on that key.
Storm point.
My electrocuting arrow is sitting on the key that used to be my life flask, and I'm trying to undo the muscle memory, but it's just not happening, and it's gonna kill me. Yoink.
Barely broke a sweat.
All super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Campbell, thank you for another gifted sub, man.
Don't mind if I do.
Campbell's is 100% against ads. True. Campbell's has come to the Twitch side of the chat to remove ads. Oh no, there's a boss. Can't wait. I hate this map. I hate this map a lot. I hate this map so incredibly much. What are we doing here that we need 3 checkpoints? Shouldn't we just be making the map a little bit smaller at that point, GGG? Why do we have 3 checkpoints, man? Am I going to be allowed to play the boss? Yes. Yes, I am allowed to play the boss.
You this place.
Charged arrow.
Raven, I need you.
I have a goal. I have a mission. Currently level 95. Loving your build. It's stomping everything for me. Hell yeah, Hellhammer. Whoa, bro. That was an armor scrap you left in there. Hold on. No insta-kill. Fried build. Yeah, you're right.
All Super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Yo, we're rich. Let's go. Yeah, who cares about the audience with a king?
Speak.
Got an armor scrap, dude. Who needs to go out and farm ritual for audiences with the king when I can sit in my hideout and flip armor scraps, bro?
I'll be here.
Like, come on.
Waiting.
Thank you for another sub, Campbells. You doing God's work. Why aren't you using a unique mana flask? I don't like it. I like having a normal mana flask because I can do stuff like this. I like how I'm regenerating like just enough mana to keep spamming. Rather than having all the mana come back at once. Easier to use. Rage Gaming got kicked out of Monster Hunter and now they're banned from PoE. I mean, I can see why. Like, you can't just do that. You gotta have... It's just embarrassing, man. Like, if I had 2 other people on my channel working with me and we were all producing videos on the same channel, I would hope to God that one of those 2 other people would look at what I've produced.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
Oh, Hellhammer, thank you for the 200 bits. But I would hope to God that the other 2 people on my channel would look at what I produced and say, no, that's not going out. You can't put that up. That is just terrible. That is aggressively awful. Nothing about this is good. Please don't do this. And, like, you are equally accountable if you are part of that channel and you let that happen, in my opinion. It's dumb. It's dumb. Yeah, the profiting off of other people's builds, that's another thing, but...
Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super
Here's your 1x trade stash. You leaving money on the table. Right. True. He tried his... I had forgot about that quote. Dude, that should have been in the video. I forgot he said that. He tried his best, so it's the best. Yeah, it's the best that they could do. So therefore it's the best. That's what makes it the best. You know, he tried his best.
Citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
That's crazy. Campbell, thank you for more subs, man. Very nice of you. Ad-free viewing over here. Who's this gifter, Chad? That's Campbell's. Campbell's is on a mission to remove ads from Twitch. That is true. We have armor scrap memes now. Like, I saw some of his build videos, he credited the people that originally came up with them. Like, whenever he did Fubgun's build, he did credit Fubgun. But I mean, I would totally believe that that wasn't the case for every build. And there is, like, a problem in the community. Like, it's not just Rage Gaming, too. Like, lots of creators do just, like, practically steal
That's quite nice.
other creators' ideas and builds. But at the same time, it's like, it's a little bit immoral, but as long as the information is good that's coming out of the build, it's not like that big of an issue in my mind. Because if your build guide is just better than the copycat, then people are still going to watch your guide. So it doesn't make that big of a difference whenever someone like steals your build and then makes a new video about it. I don't think. It's immoral, but at least it's not misinformation. It's also like a little bit less scummy this early on in the game's life cycle, right? Because they could always just have the defense of like, well, I thought of it myself. You know, the game's still young. I didn't really look into builds. I just happened to do the same thing as this other person. They can always sit back on that defense. And like, sometimes it might even be true. Really, really good example. So like, when the game first came out, and it's like week 1, right? Week 1. And I wanted to play Lightning Arrow. That was the build I wanted to play going into PoE 2. I made a guide after I finished campaign for Lightning Arrow because it was what I was enjoying. It was what I played. I played it all blind. I didn't look at what anyone else was doing. And then I put my build guide up. And like, keep in mind, it's not Herald of Ice. It's just Herald of Thunder. And to my knowledge, I'm just doing my own thing. And there were like quite a few people that commented like, you were just blatantly copying Fubgun. You suck, or whatever. And it's like, no, I don't even know who Fubgun is. I mean, obviously, I know who Fubgun is now. But when I first made my first video for PoE 2, I didn't know who Fubgun was. I didn't know what Fubgun was playing. Yeah, it's okay if a bow has more physical than lightning. It all gets converted into lightning. So it doesn't matter if your bow has a lot of physical. Like, physical and lightning is what you want your bow to be comprised of. And ideally not other elements. Both are good. I've played till 90 without looking at any build. Turns out I played a meta build the whole time. Yeah, I mean, that'll just happen. That'll just happen. Like, there's not that many builds in the game right now because it's early access. There's only a few different ways that you can actually build a character or build a ability that makes sense right now, with only very minor alterations. And a lot of those alterations are made at the end game. You know, like after you figured everything out and after we got the trade site working for megalomaniacs and stuff.
All super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Thank you for another sub, Campbells. I feel like everyone is going after just a handful of skills that we're all gravitating to. I think lots of folks forget we have 2,000 content creators and like 8 builds. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. And it's not like... This is like a little bit of a hot take, but if you're the first person to use an ability and the first person to build that ability on the class, I don't think that makes it like it's your build. It's like your build, but if someone does something similar, that doesn't make them like a copycat. That doesn't mean they're copying that person necessarily. They just wanted to run that ability in that class, and there's not that many classes. There are not that many abilities. So there's bound to be content creators overlapping in their ideas and what they want to try. And it's not unlikely that a lot of the passive tree is going to end up looking very similar or even completely the same, because that's the thing about PoE, right? Is like there's often one right
democratic
answer.
soldier for the cause.
There's often one right choice in a lot of these scenarios. Like, really good example, Deadeye with a bow. If you see any build that doesn't use master fletching, they're trolling. Straight up, they're trolling. Like, there's no world
All super Earth
these
citizens
nodes are
equal,
not
but
lit
now
up
you are
every
super
single
equal.
time, right? There's no world that, like, Falcon Technique isn't lit up. There's no world that Bestial Skin isn't lit up if they're playing an evasion character. There's no world that Coming Calamity isn't lit up because everyone that's playing physical damage and non-spellcasters is playing a herald of some kind. One of the heralds at least is being played, so they're running Coming Calamity. Like, there's so many things that are just always going to be the same. Even if you've looked at no one else's build. That's the problem, though. Rage Gaming steals builds and doesn't properly know how to explain just a farm divine guide. And yeah, like, that's totally different. That's totally different. I'm just talking about, like, I'm basically speaking for, like, the small content creators that, like, make a build and then they could potentially have no idea who someone else is, but they just enjoyed a build and they wanted to share it. And then, like, sometimes they'll get hate for, like, copying someone else, and then they've potentially never even heard of that person. I'm sure that happens all the time. If it's happened to me, I'm sure it happens to other people.
All super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
I'm in no way, like, trying to defend Rage Gaming's stealing of builds and then explaining them poorly. That's a different problem. Like I said, if the content is good, if the explanation is good, and the build is good, I don't care how similar it is to someone else's build. But whenever someone copies someone's build,
Another democratic
explains
soldier for
it
the cause.
badly, demonstrates it poorly, I have a problem with that, because that falls under, like, misinformation. That falls under objectively making other players have a worse time with your content, on top of also stealing your concept from someone else. And it becomes much more apparent that someone has stolen a concept when it's explained poorly, right? I think we can all agree with that. If someone explains a build poorly and doesn't really sound like they know what they're talking about whenever they do their build guide, they probably not only stole it, but they're also just, yeah, I don't know. They're also cooked. Thank you for all of the subs, Campbells. We appreciate your war against ads. I enjoy having your build, not running dual heralds and going all lightning. Me too. What's your hideout and how do I get it? Spending too much money on the game. This comes with the big founder pack that I definitely should not have bought, but I did. Blame Loopy. It's actually his fault. Unironically, it's his fault I have this. And if someone, like, goes to a stream and says, "Did you make Erevan buy the $400 hideout?" He'll probably say, "Yeah, that was me." Like, he'll admit it. 100% he will. He knows it's his fault. $500, yeah. No, he knows. 100% he knows. Half the time, I kill with lightning before my husband can get anything frozen. It's kind of funny. It's gotta be a fun dynamic, though. I need a tablet. I want ritual tablet. How good of a ritual tablet do I have sitting around? I've got an 8. XP gain's pretty good.
Soldier for the cause.
Chance to contain omens. I mean, I've run like 80% chance to contain omens, and I've still never gotten a purple, so those things are cooked. Oh yeah, we should probably do this, eh? Iron Citadel? Let's see, do we have... I think under Elon's maps is where I keep my big waystone percenters. It's been a little while since I used them, though. I know I've got like a couple 500s laying around. Not sure, though. Burns and out. Burns and Attrater, thank you for the follows. True Chads will have a canal hideout for mysterious reasons. Limestone hideout doesn't sound that bad. I'm good. Yeah, no, I actually really liked my hideout. I like the I just like the forest hideout. I was chilling with my forest hideout. I probably would still use it if it wasn't for sunk cost fallacy, to be honest with you. Because I like how like nice and small and simple it is. This is like a little bit too grand for me. It's like I'd feel even worse if I had bought this hideout and then I don't use it. It's only level 56. Yeah, dude. It's only level... Oh, I had a really... Do you play SSF? No, I haven't played SSF yet, but I just got reminded of a really funny challenge. What do you guys think about this as a challenge? Hardcore SSF? But it's the Elon Musk challenge. You must always use the highest level piece of gear you have. If it's not the highest level item you have, it's not good. You have to always change to the highest level piece of gear you get. I think that would be so funny.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
What omen is that? The one that I have equipped? It's an omen of resurgence in case I nearly die.
All super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Campbell's, thank you for another membership. And Sci-Fi Sarah, thank you for the Prime. I thought that Elon Musk challenge would be playing the game when attending a public event. No, it has to actually be possible without implanting a neural link. Challenges are only fun whenever, you know, people can afford to participate. But if you need to get a neural link, then it's fried. I could have swore I had like a 500% map laying around. Or a couple of them. No, not in here. Maybe in the content tab. Nope. I need a 500. Like, at least like 400, 500 minimum. Do I not have any? Do we have like a 300? 300 plus? It's at 340, but I think it's already capped on... Yeah, it's capped on suffixes. I guess we could do something like... Do this, and then we... I believe it's Envy. 435. And now we smash it. Oh, oh. Oh, I'm gonna die. That's a map. Dear Lord. You're about to die with this one. Yeah, this is scuffed. Very scuffed. Oh boy. He's gonna die, boys. Alright, we lock in.
Take this. I need more mana.
I need to un-aim labs my simulacrum splinters so they're easier to pick up.
Don't mind if I do.
You guys will have to give me a minute, because I'm just gonna focus and get the stun.
No mana. I need more mana. Easy trophy. Take this! No mana. Out of mana.
You cannot stop us. We will take the power that we deserve.
Many have tried.
What? What even killed me? What? I just dropped. He didn't even attack. He just phased.
You have been judged and found wanting. Go on.
Yeah, I guess I died to the deli damage. So I guess the delirium just hit me. Like the delirium attack that I wasn't. Oh! I know what happened. He phased, so he stopped taking damage, so I stopped life leeching, so the delirium attack that doesn't care that he's phasing killed me. I stopped healing from my hits because there was nothing to hit momentarily, and then I didn't care about the delirium attack. I just, like, stood in it, and it, like, ticked me a couple times, and that was enough to kill me because there's nothing to heal off of. That's kind of dumb. That was kind of stupid. Yeah, 1 second. We'll pull the clip up, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Okay, were you able to see? Yeah, we're able to see. What is that? Wait, what is that effect on the ground? The fire. There's like fire on the ground. What is that shit? Dude, that happened so fast. I didn't even see those. No, I died from like some kind of mystery shit. There's like little bits of fire particles on the ground that are randomly spawning like up and to the left, and then they spawn under me and I die. That's whack. I don't even know what that was. There's fire on the ground, yeah. And it wasn't even like a dot either. It was like hits. It caused hits, whatever it was. It says on his bar extra fire damage, yeah. No, that's fine. It's just he didn't attack. He didn't attack me at all. He immediately got CC'd. Nah, there's no reflect. Yeah, that was so fast. I didn't even see... What do you think about Headhunter? I think Headhunter is fine, but I feel like it'd be like really difficult for me to get my resistances into a sort of situation where I would use it. Like, if someone can get their resistances into a situation where they can run Headhunter, they might as well run Headhunter. Like, why not, right? But I feel like it's extremely expensive to do that. Well, shit, I lost. That sucks. Yeah, there's just like 2 little ticks of fire underneath me, I guess. Yeah, Headhunter in 1 was a lot better. It's foggy in here.
Take this! I need more mana.
Yeah, I mean, that death's nothing new, right? It's like someone dying whenever nothing's actually attacking them in Path of Exile. Pretty standard stuff.
An easy trophy. Now this will come in handy.
I think I'm gonna turn off. I really don't like this. I don't like what this looks like. The non-essential particles are essential, GGG. Because I couldn't even see those fire effects. I don't think we're culling non-essential particle effects. That fire was basically invisible. That's better. I didn't need my retinas anyway.
I don't have
Wondering where the balls were. That's fair. Hey, TJK.
Fury!
Welcome back. Option, Zesh Dance turned invisible. Is that really something that happens? That's cringe.
I'm out of mana.
Yeah, this is the first day I've had dynamic culling on. I think I'm also done using dynamic culling. Those particles that killed me felt pretty essential.
I need more mana. What luck.
Mapping is a bit too tedious and backtracking even with the added checkpoints. Yep. I think it'll get better though, so it's chill.
More mana.
But I would agree that it is still too backtracky. There's a reason why there's now like a cult following of people spamming delirium maps on bluff. Because people just, you know, they don't want to be bothered with all the backtracking shit. They just want to play a map. They want to zoom. They want to own. Backtracking is an owning. Backtracking sucks. I just want to go fast and blast. That's a great sentence to be taken out of context. You're using dynamic culling in an attempt to not get slideshow FPS? No. I just had it on to like try it to see what it felt like, and it feels terrible, so it's getting turned back off. Pretty much all there is to it. I was just trying it. I definitely don't like. I don't think I need to run it at all. I just put it on to see. Find it not rewarding enough mapping? I think it'll get more rewarding as they add more mechanics. Because right now we only have the bare minimum, just a few different league mechanics ported over from PoE 1. But you give this game a few leagues and there's going to be so much going on with the mapping. Strictly counterclockwise mapper, but husband goes wherever he wants. I can respect that. I definitely go wherever I want when I'm mapping and don't really think enough about it. Need some ranger build tips. Can't play this game without server lag or my frames dropping 24/7. Need some ranger tips. I definitely have ranger tips. I'm good at ranger tips and ranger accessories. Aravina needs to watch out for the stance. I think the thumbnail art is kind of peaked. I don't think there's anywhere to go from here.
What luck.
Especially when my artist is like flexing. Because I asked her to draw that picture like last night. And I wake up and she's like, hey, I finished this a couple hours ago. And she sends it to me. And I'm like, you finished this after just a couple hours? That's insane. And I'm like, how'd you do that? And she's like, cheap coloring. And I'm like, what do you mean cheap coloring? It looks great. The only thing that's annoying about using the Oroth's Resolve Flask is you have to remember to actually activate your Voltaic Mark just to get life tap, just so you have taken damage so you can drink the flask.
No mana.
That part's a little bit annoying. Think Ranger can map faster than Monk? I feel like they're pretty comparable. I wouldn't doubt that Ranger can potentially map faster than Monk, solely because we have more movement speed. Like, we have Tailwind movement speed, and we have all of the movement speed nodes in the entire passive tree on our side of the board. So if it comes strictly down to who can move faster, and we're both blasting the screen at the speed of light, the only thing that's going to be able to go faster than Ranger as far as Invoker would be Flicker Strike. And Flicker Strike, like, it speeds up and then it slows down. It speeds up and then it slows down. They're probably pretty comparable, though.
That's quite
I think
nice.
the answer at the end of the day, though, as far as, like, what zooms fastest, it's always just going to be Temporalis. Like, it's always going to be Temporalis Spark. Or the Jungroan thing. The Trample Toe. Cast on Dodge setup. Like, those are always just going to go faster than everyone else. Until GGG, like, decides to remove Temporalis or something. Because they nerfed it and it's still, like, absurdly fast. No mana relatable, though. I'm leveling an Auto Bomber right now. Yeah, like, Auto Bomber is just definitively the fastest. But the thing that you have to watch out for with Auto Bomber is if you invest a lot into Auto Bomber, you can't be surprised if it one day just, like, gets nerfed out of existence, right? Because it's, like, pretty much the least ethical CoE2 build. It's the #1 on their shit list every patch. So, like, if it gets nerfed, it gets nerfed. But it'll be fun while it's here, is how I look at it. Definitely enjoy it while you can, kind of build.
What luck.
Nerfing in a PvE game. Made a cast on weapon swap build, and I thought it was so creative. He has nothing on his hotkey. It's pretty fun. That actually sounds hilarious. I haven't seen that yet. That's so funny. It isn't that expensive. Yeah, I mean, if you already have a Temporalis, like, you're set for the league anyway. Just have your fun. I'm more so speaking to, like, if someone's got, like, a couple divs to rub together, and they want to one day put together an Auto Bomber. In that scenario, don't be surprised if by the time you can put it together, it's like getting hit with a Nerf bat, you know? It's definitely a risky basket to put your eggs in. But if you have more money than Midas, then, you know, just take an Auto Bomber. Have fun. Why not? Nothing. What new weapon and classes do you think they'll introduce? Probably Druid and... what's her name? Huntress? Is it called Huntress? I want to say Huntress is the name of the class. Probably Druid and Huntress are next. Druid and Huntress. And my copium is that they release swords because I want to play with swords. If they release swords, then I am 100% going to try to make a ranger that does Dance with Death with a one-handed sword. Not because I think it's even going to be good, but I want to do that because it'll be cool to me.
Go on. Dying is not on our side.
Do you finish the map first, or just do rituals as you find them? I just do the rituals as I find them. Tried to run PoE2, PC crashed again. I don't know why it's still messed up. Dude, that's shitty. I'm sorry. I don't know. Yeah, I had the crashing thing happening when I tried to get on after the patch. Like, I tried to get on after the patch, and it was just crashing to desktop every time I tried to open the game. And then I went and I updated my driver, and it worked. But I don't know. That sucks that you're stuck, though. Just saw your YouTube video on Rage Gaming. Had to come give a follow. Until done, sir. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you liked it. It's not often that I'm passionate about my disdain for something, but that video was something else. Trying to die, pressing the wrong button again. I really need to get used to that keybind or just remove it. Oh yeah, I haven't. Oh yeah, true. I'll show them the armor scraps. Here, hold on. Yeah, TV Land. He's part of my channel forever now. He's moved on to playing the new D4 season, and he's probably going to go play Monster Hunter Wild. But he's now part of my channel forever. He'll live on in spirit. In the $15 I spent on this tab. Thanks for answering my question on the recent video about the time loss rule. Yeah, no problem. If anyone like ever has any questions related to Ranger for me, and like I miss the question on stream, or like you think of it later, or you asked me a question in the comments and then I didn't answer it, like feel free to jump into my Discord, grab the Exile role from role assignment after you get into the server, and just like at me in the PoE section. Like, I love chatting and answering questions and stuff. It's fun. How much is my rarity? 39%. I just have my ring. That's where he should stay. Apparently, it was brought to my attentions. It was brought to my attention that Rage Gaming actually originated from Minecraft. Like, one of my supporters in Discord that like very much dislikes Rage Gaming pointed out to me that they peaked like 12 years ago in Minecraft. If you go to their channel and then type popular, it'll show you a bunch of Minecraft videos from 12 years ago. So they basically peaked 12 years ago, and it's been downhill ever since. Rival, thank you for the 5 gifted members, man. Appreciate that shit. Thank you. Different can, same suit. Yeah, thank you guys for the generosity tonight.
Storm point.
Well, I think at one point it was just they didn't really make guide content. It was just a couple dudes having fun playing games. Back in like the Game Grumps era.
Quite nice.
And there have been people in the comments who have talked about like, I used to really like their content when it was just like them playing games and like, you know, chatting and whatever. I could totally see that, because at that point, you know, someone's taste in videos like that, it's completely subjective. But their guides are dookie. Campbell, thank you for another 5 gifted memberships, dude. Thank you.
Fury.
Yeah, thank you guys. I talked about it like at the beginning of the stream as well, but if anybody wants to hop into the guild I made for PoE 2, just hit me up in game and I'll add you to the guild. It's just kind of here to like share gear for people that are just starting Endgame. Wait, what's still alive? This is still alive. I thought the other boss was still alive, my bad. Yeah, it's just like to share gear for Endgame for people that are just getting in, and like hand-me-downs of ranger gear that folks aren't using anymore, but it's not really like worth selling anymore. And that's just like the first tab, and then just for in-game chat as well. Finally pulled the trigger on it. Thought it would be fun to like have a bit of community in game, as well as like in Discord and stuff, and during the stream, of course.
Thunderous shot.
Playing a ranger, your videos have helped me so much. Thank you. No problem. Glad it's helped you out. Glad you're having a good time. PoE 2 got some of their videos on my feed. Thank God I got recommended Lillian Pub Gun. That sounds about right. What's your in-game name? Aravina. So just Aravin with an A at the end.
That's quite nice.
We haven't done a breach yet this stream. Kind of sad because as a dad gamer, I watched a handful of their guides. It's like pure bait. So, man, I hate that. I hate that shit. It's messed up. Like, in my mind, wasting other human beings' time, knowingly wasting other human beings' time, is one of the most criminally legal things a human being can do to someone else.
Barely broke a sweat.
What's murder but wasting the rest of their time? Yeah, it's a subtle form of murder. It's like putting it a little bit extreme, of course, but it is what it is.
Don't mind if I do.
I hate how excited I get when I see armor scraps, dude. You know, maybe Rage Gaming didn't waste our time, because he's given us entertainment for a lifetime memeing on the video. Maybe it wasn't that big of a waste of time after all. Because now I kind of laugh every time I see armor scrap in a way that I wouldn't have before. I feel like the whole community laughs in a way they wouldn't have before when they see armor scraps. I don't think the video was meant to be satire, but hey, at least some good came of it.
Too weak, too slow.
Optimal ritual pathing for the Atlas. I actually have like a full guide on ritual on my channel if you want to like peek it for more details, but basically what it comes down to is when you are hunting for an item to defer or hunting for an item to just outright get, the best way to set up your Atlas is like this. So this gives us an extra reroll. We get an extra chance to potentially get something that we're trying to either defer or buy. Ominous portents, I'm going to be real, not that great. I do not get any purple omens at all. They increase the rate by 60% base, and then I have a 50% boost from the tree, and I've played with like 100% bonus from aligning towers, and I still don't get any purple omens. Purple omens are just like the most cooked item in the game, I swear. I've never even gotten one that was worth money. I've gotten so many audience with the kings, though. This is like kind of where the money is. He approaches for 50% better chance of getting audience with the king. This is very noticeable. Generally between this and this, it's like 3 times the chance to get audience with the king. And then my preferred spot for the last 2 points, although I would say that you are totally good to go farming this as soon as you have 6 points. Like, these are basically the essential business. Once you have these, you can skip out on the last 2 points and just like get them naturally from finding an audience, in my opinion. That's not a bad call. But the last 2 points, I put them in From the Mists. And the reason I put them in From the Mist over any of the other options is like Promise Devotion is 50% sooner we'll see the items we defer, 50% less tribute cost to defer. But when I first find an item, I am always going to have enough tribute to defer it, period. I will always have enough to defer it. So I don't need this when the item first pops up. And the other part doesn't do anything for me before I have an item deferred. So I don't do this. Spreading Darkness is decent, but the thing about Spreading Darkness is 50% of the time you're going to have 4 ritual altars anyway. So 50% of the time, we're going to have more tribute points generated than what we would have been able to have generated with Spreading Darkness by just adding more packs to the ritual sites, like 2 more woodland packs. And this synergizes with running like monster pack size, basically. So I prefer From the Mist whenever I'm farming. And then if I get an item deferred, like I have an item that I have deferred and I'm trying to get it out, then I take away these 4 points. I get Reinvigorated Sacrifices because this turbo boosts the amount of tribute you get. And I take Promise Devotion at that point because I want to make sure that deferred item shows back up ASAP so that I can get it out.
Fury! An easy trophy. Now this will come in handy. Take this! I don't have enough mana.
Random question, anyone in chat getting lag spikes like crazy today? No, I've been pretty stable. Actually, I'd say my performance in game has been the best it's ever been since the patch. TBH. Are chance orbs ever actually useful? Seen so many videos of them not giving people anything good. Well, chance orbs are just gambling. That's all. Chance orbs they're a lottery ticket. They can potentially give you a lot of wealth all at once, but they will probably give you nothing every time you ever use them for the entire league. So it's just a little bit of fun, basically. Just a little bit of gamba.
Now this will come in handy.
But chances are good. Yeah, they'll never actually like give you anything. Very, very rare that it actually works and does something. Memes are endless. Been following your Deadeye Frost guide? Following your Deadeye Frost guide. Wanted a fast farmer to pair with my Reavers. Don't know what's happening much, but it's working. Got a 50 div Warrior on my first attempt. I mean, right on. I'm not the Frost guy, but sure. Oh, we're done. Yeah, I would never recommend like someone who doesn't have a bunch of divine orbs in their stash actually gamble on their stellar amulets. I would probably advocate for them to just sell them.
On with the work.
It's not terrible. That's like not the worst thing ever. That is also not the worst thing ever.
Time is not on our side.
And now it's a little cooked.
On with the work.
I don't want to put these here. Big fan of your videos. You helped me a lot. Awesome, dude. Glad that they've helped you out. Gotta do something with all those chance shards. That's true. Although you could always just, you know, use them at the currency exchange. Get other things. If gambled and did get a hunter, probably pretty lucky, but yeah, no luck on stellars. I feel like I probably used up all of my luck as far as chancing. I had a couple chances to go through for items that weren't very valuable back whenever I first started the game and I didn't know what items to chance for. I just got some random chances that went through and they weren't very valuable. It was a little bit sad. When I later found out, I was like, oh, I'm never going to hit another chance again.
Now this will come in handy. No mana. Quick and lethal.
Husband got his first perfect jewelers yesterday. Jealousy was palpable. Those are exciting. Don't forget to save up those scraps.
Patriotism without capitalism.
Don't forget to save up them scraps, smile.
I didn't know the voice would also say emojis. That's funny.
I need more mana.
Yeah, thank you for the $5, Matt. No, we're saving up the armor scraps. We're investing in armor scraps, actually. I keep making the joke that I took the currency I made from the breach testing video and invested it into armor scraps. I am unironically thinking about doing that as a meme, though. I was thinking I would fill up the entire quad tab with them. But I think that might be a little bit too far. 2 tablets and 900% waystone. Wait, tablets on waystone? I don't think waystone drop chance affects tablets. Pretty sure they're separate things.
Barely broke a sweat.
Having so much fun killing runes of mobs, I gave up on the rare prowling shade because I didn't want to wait on his ass. Stop hiding. Asshole waited. Was completely surrounded. Badge. The key is buying 20% quality armor and then salvaging. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the tech. Oh, okay. Citadel, yeah. 900% and you only got 2? That's scuffed. You got robbed, actually. Actually robbed.
Take this.
Do.
That's quite nice. Need more time. Quick and lethal.
How much DPS is my lightning arrow? Unbuffed. That was not the right. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Unbuffed 82,246. And then if I switch to my bossing setup, which is just pure DPS, I go up to 85.
Yes.
First of all, thank you so much for the informational videos. Helped me a ton. Secondly, could you please explain how rarity works? Is it worth it to get above the 100% mark for beginners like myself? So rarity, the rarity from your waystones and the rarity from your tablets multiplies off of your character's rarity. They act as a multiplier. They're not additive. And basically 100 rarity percentage. And that's after multiplying your rarity with the rarity of your waystone, with the rarity of your precursor tablet. If it's above 100%, you are above the point where you start to get diminishing returns. And I can't remember the numbers exactly, but they get pretty radical pretty fast. It's basically above 100% rarity or around 100% rarity across all factors. You get about 10% more valuable currency. You know, like the valuable, in quotes, tab. Like basically exalted and up. You get about 10% more of that by having 100% total rarity when multiplied with the Waystone, when multiplied with the Precursor Tablet. So even if you only have like 40, 50 rarity on your gear, you know, the Waystone has rarity, the Precursor Tablets and your towers have rarity, your Atlas Tree is increasing the amount of rarity those give, you're probably already above 100%. If you go faster and you become like a rarity enjoyer, and you have like 400 rarity, 300 rarity, 500 rarity, somewhere in that margin, across all factors when multiplying your rarity on your character, you're looking at like 20% more currency generated than someone with 0 rarity. And if you are an absolute rarity gooner and you have like 750, 900% rarity when multiplying off of your Waystone and multiplying off of your Precursor Tablet, then you're getting about 40% more currency than someone with 0. This is basically how it works. If you multiply to having more than like 100% rarity, you should probably just chill there unless you are playing Stormweaver Spark. If you're playing Stormweaver Spark, you can stack as much rarity as you want because you got lots of holes in your gear that you can fill with rarity and it won't really impact your performance. Which is the biggest reason why people play Rarity Spark.
Go on.
Is it clears super fast, and it makes the most money. How do I change my guild card to say Rarity Gooner? That's funny. How do people get over 100k damage, 500k? In what context?
Storm point.
Hey, welcome to the guild.
Quick and lethal. No mana.
Depends on the ability, right? Like every ability has different scaling. Lightning Arrow having 100k DPS is like fundamentally different than like an Invoker having 500k or whatever DPS on their ability. Never succumb to rarity. I shot Deadeye doesn't work on Delirium. Specifically, Herald of Ice doesn't work with Delirium because Delirium demons don't leave corpses to explode. All of the builds that use Herald of Ice very heavily suffer a great deal from playing high Delirium percentage and playing Simulacrums.
Out of mana. I'm out of mana.
21k feels good already. 80k would be nice. Yeah, I would say like around 50, 40, 60k, somewhere in that margin is where we like finished all content in the game. Everything past that has just kind of been gravy. Just like increasing numbers for the sake of it for the most part. The only time I really feel any kind of damage increases anymore is like the extra nanoseconds it saves on pinnacles, and then like the extra DPS I get when playing really, really spicy amounts of Delirium percentage. Because whenever you play over, say, 100% Delirium percentage, the enemies are only taking 20% damage, and it's around that time that you really feel the investments you've made in your gear in a way that you, like, can't. I haven't gotten a new quiver in ages. If you would like some help shopping for a quiver, feel free to drop it in my Discord under the build theory craft section, and then just ping me. And after stream, I'll take a look. I can help you shop for a new one if you give me like a budget to look for. 46k. Think up damage or try more defense. If you're getting one shot more than you would like, more defense. Singular, dear God, you're rich. It's never gonna stop. It'll never ever stop. Sully, thank you for the follow.
Storming arrow.
Assuming it's my build though, if anyone is like looking to up their damage in the ultra late game when like it doesn't feel like you necessarily need that damage anymore, but you're just looking for something else to put your currency into to feel some upgrade, you know, feel some power still. I have added a new ultra endgame section to my mobilytics page that adds in like some of the unique jewels that I've started using. Adds in the Allroth's Resolve Flask. Things that are super luxury. You definitely don't need them to beat the game, but if you have the currency for them, they're probably the next most significant upgrade you could throw. And honestly, the Spreading Shocks jewel, I mention it in just the endgame section of the guide as well, because it's not even really that expensive to get a Spreading Shocks jewel. I think it'll stay that way as long as I don't make an update video, to be honest, because Spreading Shocks, I'm pretty sure on a Megalomaniac is like legitimately only used by my build.
Reinforcements have arrived. Thank Liberty. The enemy has no chance in hell now.
I have that on a little bit louder than I thought I did. But hey there, Chris. Thank you for the raid. All my alerts are like so quiet, and then that one is very high key. I kind of did that by accident. What's up? How's your stream? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I think as long as I don't make the update video, it should probably stay pretty affordable to just get a Spreading Shocks Megalomaniac. So I think this is like the only build on the planet that utilizes it. Unfortunately, I make a video about it. You know, a lot of people will get it that need it, but people are also going to start doing annoying shit like price fixing it because they know there's like a quote-unquote popular build that utilizes it. Is this a unique duel? Yeah, it's a unique duel.
Thunderous shot.
Here, 1 second. So between the endgame setup and ultra endgame setup, I stopped using all of these points here. These like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points that I used to get to Spreading Shocks just to get it. I stopped doing this. I reallocated them to my Against the Darkness diamond. Get a whole lot more damage out of them. And then the way I enabled this was I got a Megalomaniac diamond, which allocates Spreading Shocks. And I just kind of looked for Spreading Shocks plus any other modifier or like any other notable that was helpful to me, basically. Anything that would be significant to the build, because these things are way too specific for you to look for one specific thing. I had like a list on the trade site a mile long of like every possible notable that I could combine with spreading shocks that I felt was decent. And the one that I've ended up with at the moment is Spectral Ward, which is why my energy shield isn't like 0 anymore. Basically, I'm getting a little bit of energy shield from my body armor because of this duel. There are probably better options, but I quite like this one for now. And the way I enabled this to get the spreading shocks was I spent 2 of the 9 points we save here. I spent 2 of them changing this. So these are no longer weapon set 1. These are both sets now. But it allows us to get this jewel socket that's only 2 points away from our original setup. So we save 7 points getting to spreading shocks. We still get spreading shocks. We get something else. We don't lose a jewel slot in the process, and we get to move those points and redistribute them up here. And it was a pretty significant DPS increase. Can you search for the notable you want? Yes, you can. You can search for any notable you want paired with spreading shocks. Good haul tonight, up with 4 divs. Right on, man. Nice. A pretty good night. Price fixing is cancer. I got boned out of a few div.
Storm point.
Yeah, the price fixing, I don't know, man. I'm definitely in the just give me a buyout price that I buy the item from the site. This whole like interpersonal trading thing, it's cool and all, but it just creates problems that an auction house doesn't have. An auction house that you have to pay like a fee to put items up on. An auction house that requires you to actually sell the item once you've listed it. I just feel like it would make more sense. I still have some points going to spreading shocks and the projectile stuff in green next to it. Work on that. Yeah, catapult's not bad. I ran spreading shocks catapult for the vast majority of the game. It wasn't until I felt like I had more than enough damage that I dropped the points for catapult, which if you go for catapult and you go for spreading shocks, it's like overall more DPS than doing this with the area of effect. But I got a little bit more area of effect going this way, and I kind of value the area of effect, at least on my mapping setup. I value the area of effect more than the extra damage from the catapult line. But the catapult line for the vast majority of the game is just strictly better. From like a DPS standpoint. But man, does the area of effect feel good. Hey, we have 2 simulacrums now. We farmed 600 splinters this stream. I'm pretty sure I didn't actually have any before we started. Stacking them up. We've actually almost ran through all of the maps I prepared for stream, too. Tablet, Ritual, 8 map. Do that one. And then let's do a Overseer. 7 is good. I use the 7 unless we have a really nice roll on something. Quantity, and that one has gold on it. And now it doesn't. And it's gone. Oh, that is so much better. I think we just use that one. We'll save the others. That's nice. Night, folks. Enjoy the stream. Night, Hebigan. Have a good night, man. Step dying before I see it is good. Agree. Trade is like this because they don't want things to get too easy for players. I think it had something to do with feeling the weight, but I think they have relinquished and are playing with the idea of allowing people to buy out items to get around the price fixing issue. Can I request that you update the mobalytics for passives on your latest build video? The mobalytics is updated. The setup that I'm currently running is under the new ultra late game tab in the mobalytics page. That's pretty juiced. Pretty juiced. What do you do to prepare maps for stream? I get a little bit. I mean, I feel like I potentially invest a little bit too much into my maps, but basically I go into my map tab and I type, what was it? Let me check. I type increased rarity of items found in this area. And then I look at my map tab to see what I've been picking up. In this case, it is not very many of them because I used them all this stream. Here's a bunch. So I check for maps that I have rarity on. And then I pull them out. So we'll just say I'm like preparing for stream. And I want to have a whole bunch of maps that I can just run without thinking. I'll pull them out. I'll put them into a tab by themselves. And then there's two things I don't want to run with my build. And that is enemies having increased accuracy. So this map actually has everything I hate. It has ailment threshold and it has accuracy. So this map right here, this is dead to me. And then I check for ailment threshold. This has ailment threshold. I don't want to run that map. Dead to me. And then the maps that I have left, I know they don't have the things I hate. I know they have the things I want. Well, actually, first step, before I do that, I was supposed to just exalt the shit out of them because exalts are worthless now. So I max them out, and then I do the check for ailment, the check for accuracy. If I don't see either of those, I know these maps are good. And I'll do this in bulk. I'll do this with like 30 maps at a time. And then I'll go to my tab. I'll see what emotions I have. If I don't have any that I want to use, go to the currency. Go to the currency exchange. Delirium. And like today I was playing around with doing paranoia. I wanted to see how paranoia felt as like a main thing. But now like maybe I want to try out greed, see how greed feels. So I'll buy a bunch of greed. Tab up the maps, and I try to just have this whole block filled before we start stream is ideally what happens. If you repeat a map, does it keep the explicits from the tower? No, it doesn't. It wipes everything. I should just be more picky and delete the annoying ones. If your build is countered by a map, just don't run it. Yep. Just be picky. Don't run it. Item quantity for distilled essences. No, there isn't. Heading out. Thanks for the stream. Later, Sarah. Thanks for stopping by.
Storming arrow. Quick and lethal.
I kind of go back and forth between more rarity from Delirium and more rare monsters. Just mostly due to the fact that the whole point of pumping rarity is so that rare monsters drop more items, but if there's simply more rare monsters, logically it's also going to have a similar effect. But Paranoia, I believe, is more expensive than Greed.
You won't escape.
I hate this fight. Why is this thing the tankiest boss in the entire game? Just because he gets to phase like 3 times.
Scream all you like. It won't help you.
Hello, Brother Crowbell. You good?
Take this.
Hit him so hard he got lost.
What luck?
Maybe your bow is an high enough level. I don't have enough thingies on my bow. We're doing ritual breach farming today? At the moment, yeah. We're just doing ritual deli farm. I have some ideas for what I want to do for a currency test next, but I couldn't really get it prepared for stream today. I woke up pretty late. So we're just kind of like, we're just vibing, playing the game.
Quick and lethal.
But I do know what I want to do from a next test. It involves Delirium.
I need more mana.
I know what I want to do from a next test. I want to do the expedition guide as well. So like expedition guide, next test video, and what was the other thing I want to do? Filter guide. I want to do a filter guide as my next 3 projects. And then the filter guide is also by proxy going to include like what items should you keep, what items should you be stashing, which items should you be leaving behind, right? Because we're going to be filtering out a lot of bad items that are worthless. But because it's going to be a filter video, it's also going to talk about like why those items are worthless and why you want to avoid them, and how it'll dynamically change depending on the state of the league and time.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Instinct for the follow. You need to do 24 hours worth of using 1 div to make armor scraps.
Don't mind if I do.
If I can help it, you have no idea how like big of an urge I get to just keep making fun of rage gaming, but like I kind of want it to just be a one and done. It's not really something I want to be known for. It's just like
Quick and lethal.
hating on someone else's content, you know? Like no matter how terrible it is, it's not what I want to be known for.
Storm point.
There were also like other creators that people said like you should talk about this person or that person as well. You should call out this person. And while some of them could definitely potentially deserve it, I'm pretty hesitant to just like do the same thing again, but different person. That extra projectile kind of went nuts there. I feel like I could have actually died.
No mana.
Slowly turning into a drama channel. I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to.
It's quite nice.
It's you know, can't lie. It's tempting. It's tempting. It is both pretty easy and pretty fun.
Storming arrow.
But yeah, I don't know. Don't really want to do it.
Too weak, too slow.
It's especially tempting when like you're sitting there watching. From my perspective, you're like watching the video you made, just like talking about how terrible this creator is. Surpass the trajectory of like all of your guide content and actually useful shit. It was like, well, damn. Yeah, no. I'd rather make useful videos. Yeah, I guess that one like wasn't completely useless. I did correct all the misinformation and give replacements. All of the things he said to do. So it was like informational too, but it was also comedic. DS Lily is their drama channel. Make video teaching how to properly price fix a how to trade chat scam. He's the weather channel. I did see she was doing a weather segment. I thought that was funny. Probably don't want that. You'll get views. The algorithm will start feeding toxic people into your community. I don't know if you guys noticed, but that video I made about Rage Gaming, it very strategically, it's the only video on my channel that doesn't have a link to my Discord. It's literally the only one that doesn't link to my Discord for that reason. I was like a little bit worried that it would not be good for my community to have that link there. Too late, I'm toxic and I've been here for months.
What do you feel?
Blowing up a heavy belt. What other stuff do we have to blow up? Heavy belt. Do I have other heavy belts? I don't think I do. Do we have... Don't we have a sapphire ring? Let's blow up the sapphire ring. Content. Man, wouldn't that have been crazy? Nope. Just a whisper of the Brotherhood. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Maybe the toxicity was the armor scraps we made along the way. Or it stopped for a second. Just checking my Discord real quick. DGG has to release a league ASAP so I can stop trying to get to level 100.
Fury. Too slow.
I feel that. I'm kind of ready for a new league. There's like a couple things I still want to test and make videos of, but for the most part, I'm pretty ready for a new league. Thank you for the follow. Reptar is something. I tried my best. Thank you for the follow. Ow. Why was I actually getting hit? Crazy.
I need more mana.
Could be something. Well, because they don't even have a time frame for the PoE 1 patch. The only thing I know is they said they're going to keep the same cadence from PoE 1, so to expect a new league like 3 to 4 months after a launch, basically. So we still got a ways away before we get a new league, likely.
Take this.
Now, if there was ever a time to cut that short, it would be the first EA league, but yeah, that's all I know.
I don't have enough mana. Barely broke a sweat.
Hell no. This doesn't even help. It's still so far. At least you got the Reptar part. Yeah, I try my best. I try my best. Welcome in. Makes sense in PoE 1, but there isn't enough to do in PoE 2 for that long of a gap. There will be over time. Probably going to be a lot of people that probably chill on PoE 2 for a bit and try out the Monster Hunter beta. Got that right around the corner.
Don't mind if I do. Out of mana.
Uber strict filter blade. Still see 1 to 13 waystones with delirium mod drop. If you want like an uber strict filter, mine's downloadable from my Discord under the PoE library section. It takes the filter blade uber strict settings and cranks it, and also removes gear that has armor as a stat from the pool, because until further notice, armor isn't real.
I don't have enough mana.
So it doesn't bother you with armor bases.
Storm point.
That's never gonna stop being fun. Walking up on the delirium boss and then just hitting him with a barrage and he insta drops. I thought about putting a special sound effect on my filter for scraps. It has occurred to me. I actually wanted to do a bit of work on my filter today and change a couple things. It just kind of slipped my mind. I thought about doing that the day I made the video, but then I thought about how that'll probably actually get kind of annoying pretty quick. Yeah, we got 5 thingies again. Let's do a 5 thingies map. I sure do love doing 5 thingies.
That's quite nice. Quick and lethal. I'm out of mana. Fury.
So next stream, we're either going to do a new currency test that I have in mind, which is going to be very mentally taxing if I do this the way I want to do it. So I'm basically going to need chat to be around for mental support while I grind through it. Or we'll do the other idea I've had for a while, where we just do like everybody's simulacrums and breaches and like whatever folks in the chat need to get done. We'll just get into multiplayer and get it done.
I need more mana.
One of those two things will happen next stream.
Too weak, too slow. Charged arrow. I need more mana.
Where's Bob? Oh, okay. Really don't like that can happen. What? A notable skill for Megalomaniac that fills in an unused notable in your time lost. Be very good for AoE. Thin breach in there too. Nah, no thin breach. Yeah, I know there's a lot of folks that could use some assistance for the simulacrums, and simulacrums is like a really good way to boost your currency per hour. So I'd like to like get some simulacrums done for the community. I think that'd be fun. Good way to spend my time, good use of my time.
An easy trophy.
Before PoE, all of my streams on like Helldivers were always co-op with the chat, with viewers basically. So I'd like to do some aspect of that again. That twice the simulation I had a scuffed setup though. I was getting set up jumping guys. Simulacrum's tough. It's just tough. I wonder, I didn't see, where's this Delirium boss at? He's up here somewhere. Hello, Cautious. Hello, Cautious. Old buddy, old pal. Where you at? Time for your beatings.
That's quite nice.
Kind of thought he was gonna die as soon as I walked by him. Must have popped his shield. Can't type. Dude, freeze is the worst. I hate freeze. I will never be frozen again. I'll never use a different charm.
Storm point.
Last time you switched to any other charm, you lost 30% XP. Last time I used a gold charm on stream, we were playing a breach. I was running around. I was having a good time. We were pumping. I dropped a divine orb. I kept running. There was a shrine with the ice ball rotating around it, and I ran up to grab the shrine, and the ice ball rotated into me and froze me, and I died, and we lost that divine orb. And that singular divine orb was probably more valuable than anything the gold charm contributed to every second it was equipped, and I lost XP, and I lost an amelioration omen. It was at that moment I swore to never use any other charm. It's just not worth it.
What is it?
That's the kind of thing you only need to happen once. And you just swear it'll never happen again. It's not very good. Pretty bad boat. Making a bad boat. It's pretty trash. Yep, that is. Really just want to throw that on the floor. But I won't. What's this doing? Yep, that is that's for the floor as well. Okay. Oh man. Fun. I think that is gonna be where I call it quits. Finally got an audience of the king on stream. I don't know why that took so long for that to happen. I get them all the time when I shut the stream off. But I think we were like 4 streams deep where I was like, yeah, we're doing ritual today. It's a really good way to make currency, guys. And then I just never find any, despite getting them like every couple hours whenever I play off stream. It's crazy. It's a pretty good time. What's going on with Loopy? Where's he at? He's not streaming. He's griefing me. I see. Understandable. All right, I'm going to call it quits here. I'm going to call the stream. It's been about 4 hours. It's usually about how long I stream. I will be back streaming again on Monday. Stream schedule, as always, is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Sometimes the stream might get skipped. I always let you guys know if a stream is going to be skipped, though, in my Discord under the live section. Always call it out if something is changing. And yeah, that's going to be it for the night. I'm going to go ahead and shut her down on the YouTube side of things. And then Twitch, if you want to give me someone you'd like to raid, we can raid into someone else who's playing PoE. That'd be fun. I haven't done that yet. I was told it might not be a bad idea to get more involved with the PoE community and like other creators and stuff. And I'm down for that. I want to make some new friends. If you guys have anyone in mind, let me know in the Twitch chat. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down on YouTube, though. Everybody have a good night on the YouTube side.